You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cave. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, Defiance flashed in Casey's eye. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Happy Mother's Day, everyone out there. We're not going to do a real long pregame show with the Mother's Day activities going on. Just want to kind of get you set, let you know what's going on here for your Atlanta Braves as we get set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves, game number 3. I will be in the booth with my mom today for Mother's Day, Pamela, and she'll be joining us here shortly, and she's going to talk all about her experiences of being a lifetime baseball fan of almost 80 years, and it all began in Brooklyn, New York, where she was a Brooklyn Dodgers fan. And though the Dodgers moved away, she still continued to love the game. And now she joins us in Braves Country. We have turned her, folks. She is a Braves Country fan at this point. And Looking forward to a fun broadcast here on Mother's Day. All right, the lineups real quick. We'll give you the whole kit and caboodle right before first pitch with the batting averages and whatnot. But there is a change in the Braves lineup today. And Austin Riley has been moved down. Now, he's only been moved down one slot. He was moved down to the number 4 hole. Sean Murphy getting the day off today. So that would be the number one reason why he has been moved. I don't know if this happens if Murphy is playing today. But simple fact of the matter, he has been moved down in the lineup to the number 4 spot. Number 3 will be Ozzie Albies today, which we know he's got much better power numbers from the right side of the plate. So it's going to be Acuna and Olsen, and then Ozzie with Riley batting cleanup. Then behind Riley is Travis d'Arnaud, and he'll be behind the plate. Marcell Ozuna is batting 6th at the designated hitter position, and you can make the argument that the way he's been swinging the bat, he should be over d'Arnaud. Hell, you can make the argument the way he's been swinging the bat the last week or so, he would be over Riley, but I know that's a little bit of a dramatic jump. But the fact that Marcell Ozuna is now hitting 6th compared to where he was hitting just a few weeks ago tells you how much that they're seeing out of him and how much they're believing in him. And look, even the ones he's getting out, he's hitting them hard. He hit one deep into right field yesterday, a hard hit ball, but he is not any longer at this point. Now, stay tuned because Ozuna goes through these stretches. But at this point, he's not the automatic out that he was at the beginning of the season. Hopefully that continues. Kevin Pillar is going to bat 7th, Harris 8th, and then Arcia 9th. So what you have against Kikuchi, who, if you're not familiar with him, he's going to try to keep you off balance. He doesn't necessarily blow you away. I think he's a very hittable pitcher. Look, the numbers speak for himself. He's given up 37 hits in 37 innings. Braves ought to be able to get to him. And in our lineup today against the left-hander, we only have the 2 actual left-handed bats. That's Harris and Olsen. The rest they went with righties. Of course, Ozzie is a switch hitter. But when you look at the lineup for today, this lineup should score. It should score a lot of runs. They're due. Shutout on Friday. Sunday, the only runs we got, the only run support we got at all was the home run by Marcell Ozuna. So we've scored 2 runs in a hitter-friendly ballpark in 2 days. This offense is due. And I think they're going to put up runs today. I think they're going to put them up in buckets. And Atlanta should be able to get this win. We're going with the bullpen game with Colin McHugh. You figure he'll go out there for a couple of innings, and then they'll kind of go from there. But the Braves bullpen games have actually been pretty good. And if your bullpen guys are hitting their spots and pitching well, honestly, bullpen games are not the death nail that they once were. They're very difficult for the opposing team to deal with because you're talking about having to face somewhere around 4 to 6 pitchers in a given game, so you're not going to get the repetitiveness of seeing the same guy 2 to 3 times. You're usually going to see a guy one time, and that's it. So my guess would be they'll go with McHugh. Then it'll be interesting to see where the Braves go after that. They've got a few options they could go with. My guess would be that you would go to another bulk inning guy and maybe a Michael Tonkin. That would be my guess, unless they wanted to go righty-lefty and throw Danny Young out there. I'm not a big Danny Young believer. He pitched terribly the other night when they put him in a big spot. I would prefer not to see him today. Tonkin goes, if it's me building it today, I go, depending on where they are in the lineup as far as lefties and whatnot, but let's just go off of just blindly going off of what we expect. I would go McHugh, I would go Tonkin, and then build it somehow where in a perfect world, McHugh and Tonkin go 2 innings apiece. That gets you 4. And then the 5th inning, I would go Jesse Chavez and see if he can get one, maybe even 2 innings. He went yesterday, but he didn't throw that many pitches. So if he can get one, maybe 2 innings, and then that's when you can build it. Nick Anderson is well rested. Iglesias is well rested. I almost think that you got to keep AJ Minter out of it today. So I would build it from after leaving Chavez, I'm thinking maybe Dylan Lee. And then depending where you are in the game, if you can get to Anderson and then Iglesias, if not, you might have to throw Yates in there somewhere. And that might be earlier in the game. You might go Yates much earlier. And Chavez pulling up the rear around the 6th inning. But in a perfect world, we get a lot of run support, and we're able to put in Young and Yates and not have to stress about it. But if it comes down to it, you got to have Iglesias in there at the end. And I think you got to build those back innings with Anderson and Iglesias. I think AJ Minter needs a day off. Don't put him in that position again, and let's go. So there you have that. Braves versus Blue Jays. Like I said, we weren't going to do a really deep dive on the pregame today because of Mother's Day, and we figured that most of y'all don't have a whole lot of time to spare. So just going to get into it real quick with the Blue Jays. They've got most of their usual suspects. The change today is that Merrifield is going to be playing left. Espinal will move to second. Varsho, who had been playing left, will go to center field. Kiermaier is out. He's getting the day off. So with that being said, a little less glove out there in the outfield with Kiermaier gone. So Braves might be able to take advantage of that. Varsho's got a solid glove, don't get me wrong, but he's no Kiermaier. Very few are. So hopefully Atlanta can take care of that, can take advantage of that situation and put some runs up. And if they can put some runs up early, Blue Jays have won the first 2 games of this series. They'll probably bow out. And we have a quick turnaround because we have to leave Toronto, Canada tonight, go through customs and all that, and then be in Texas tomorrow evening. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8:05 first pitch. We're going to bring all 3 games to you. This coming week, the 4 games we're bringing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we're bringing you the Friday night game. The Saturday game is a free game on Fox, on Rabbit Ears. So we're going to skip that one and bring you the Friday night game, which I think actually might be an Apple game. I can't remember. I don't have it in front of me. But anyways, we'll bring you all 4 games this coming week, and then the weekend we're going to step aside for a much-needed break. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for Braves Country Baseball. We're going to step aside a second and then come back with the lineups and everything else. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Let's get one up here in the Great White North. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is the Rogers Center in Toronto, Canada, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., playing right field, batting .342, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, and 17 stolen bases. Matt Olson is batting second and playing first base, .233, 11 home runs, 29 RBI. Batting third today, Ozzie Albies. I'm not changing teams, but I might start batting .261, 9 home runs, 27 RBI, and a stolen base. Austin Riley moved down to the cleanup spot, batting .240, 6 home runs, 18 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud is hitting fifth and behind the plate. He's batting .316 with 5 RBI. Marcell Ozuna is your number 6 hitter. 7 home runs, 12 RBI, 169 average. Kevin Pillar will be out in left field, batting .270, 3 home runs, 10 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field, batting .214, a home run, 4 RBI, and 4 stolen bases. And Orlando Arcia is your shortstop and batting ninth, hitting .317 with 2 bombs and 8 RBI. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it is a bullpen game for Atlanta. Colin McHugh will get the ball first, 1-0 with the 3.38 ERA, 1.58 whip, 13 and a third innings, 8 strikeouts, 5 walks. He'll be going head-to-head with Yusei Kikuchi. Kikuchi is 5-0 with the 3.35 ERA, 1.19 whip, 37 innings pitched, 33 strikeouts, 37 hits allowed, 8 home runs given up, and 8 walks. Batting for the Toronto Bluejays today. Leading off and playing right field, George Springer, .219 with 4 homers, 14 RBI. Bo Bichette batting .325, 8 home runs, 26 RBI, and a stolen base. The number 3 hitter, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 313 average, 7 homers, 22 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Dalton Varsho is in center with a 227 average, 6 homers, 16 RBI, and 6 stolen bases. Matt Chapman, 5 home runs, 22 RBI, a stolen base, and a 326 average. And Whit Merrifield is in left field today, batting .284 with a home run and 15 RBI. Brandon Belt is the designated hitter, 222 average, 2 homers and 8 RBI. Jansen is back behind the plate, batting .169 with 3 homers and 16 RBI. And Espinal is the second baseman, batting ninth, a .153 average, 1 home run, 7 RBI, and a stolen base. And that's your lineups for game number 3, Braves versus Blue Jays. Happy Mother's Day to all as we get set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves here in Braves Country. So grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. It's Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country HD. All right, Braves Country, happy Mother's Day, and I'm happy to be sitting here with my mom, Pam Edwards. Pam, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. I'm so excited to be here.
Braves and Blue Jays are just moments away. We've got a bullpen game today. I know a lot of folks are not happy about it. But we got you into Braves country now. Are you excited about your Atlanta Braves?
Okay, they're finally my Atlanta Braves. My love for baseball started way back in New York in the 1940s and 50s. So, I've loved it all my life, but I've sort of put it aside for a while. But this son of mine has brought me back to baseball and live baseball and the Atlanta Braves. I'm so excited.
We are just about to start. It looks like an overcast, but it looks like they're going to keep the roof open here in Toronto. So that's key because the ball tends to fly a little more. And I'll tell you what, these first 2 games, we have not scored. We scored 2 runs yesterday. We got shut out the day before. The ball's supposed to fly. So I expect offense today.
Oh, looking forward to it.
Looking at today's game, obviously we're going to be on offense first because we're on the road. But then when we go onto the mound, we're going to do a bullpen game, y'all. If y'all have missed this, and we're going to start with McHugh, and then we're going to see how it goes. I'm thinking he's going to go one time through the lineup. However, we end up doing this, I would think he goes to the lineup one time, whether that's 2 or 3 innings, or whether or not that's, we know sometimes these guys can come out of the bullpen and not necessarily be ready, but we are just about set for action. The Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their road grays with the red tomahawk underneath Atlanta in red, navy lettering on the back. The Blue Jays are in their baby blues top to bottom, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, top shelf, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires from the lefty. Outside, misses wide. And it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. Top of the first inning. Nats lead the Mets 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. They are playing. We'll get into that in a second. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a solo blast to start Mother's Day. 421 happy feet. Holy cow. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming around the base paths. They all have the pink socks and all the pink sweatbands and whatnot. And of course, that's for breast cancer awareness here on Mother's Day. How about that to start off your broadcast here on Braves Country, Mom?
Oh my gosh. I'd like to think I had something to do with it.
He absolutely plowed that ball. 1-0 your score. The first pitch to Olsen is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lefty-lefty matchup, swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour. Blew it right by him on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Talked about it in the pregame. He'd given up 8. Now that's 9 home runs that he has given up in his 37 innings. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 miles an hour. And there's one away. So that'll bring up Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie, batting from the right side, he is taking the lead here on the number 3 spot because Riley's been struggling. He's been dropped to number 4. The first pitch to Ozzie is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. The wind up the pitch, lets it go in the dirt. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 to Ozzie. Lefty-righty matchup. Ozzie with 9 home runs, 27 RBI. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 2-1. Get that pitch track fixed for you. We do apologize. I don't know why it does that sometimes. The 2-1 pitch. High and outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Three-one delivery. Lefty-righty matchup. The kick, the pitch, the deal. Swing and fouls it out of play. Deep out of play on the right side into the upper deck. It's 3-2. There you go. We apologize. It does that every once in a while. It'll start up and it'll go to a different screen. Thanks for the heads up. So a 3-2 count to Ozzie. Back to the action. A full count. They set up inside. The pitch. Swing and foul back out of play. It's 3-2. Ozzie Albies really making them work here. You got a full count. The 3-2 pitch swung on and just grounded foul. Got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat for Albies. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. hit a solo shot to get the Mother's Day started. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Ozzie down on strikes. There's one away. So Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley has been struggling. They drop him down in the order. Just 6 home runs and has not hit one in quite some time. 240. The first pitch to Riley taken inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Riley. Lefty-righty matchup. Swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour. 2-0. Oh, excuse me, 1-1. Riley, 6 home runs, 18 RBI, a 719 OPS. Be great to see him come out of the slump today. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-1. Riley's wife came with him on the trip, their first Mother's Day, as they welcomed in the youngster during the offseason. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered foul down the third base line. Do it again at 2-2. Heard him interviewed earlier this week. He said he had something special planned for his wife on Mother's Day. Of course, he wouldn't get into it on air. But after this game, Atlanta has to go to Texas. The 2-2 pitch right there, called strike 3. So Kikuchi lights up the scoreboard with the strikeouts, but Acuna gets one on there with a solo shot. Atlanta leads it 1-0. We're heading to the bottom of the first inning. Colin McHugh will come to the hill.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They're playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sitting here alongside here with my mom, Pam, here on Mother's Day as the Braves go to the hill with Colin McHugh. The first pitch from McHugh is a strike, and the second one misses outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Grounder up the middle, trying to barehand it to beat out Springer, but the ball hops over Arcia's bare hand, and it's going to be an infield single for the Toronto Blue Jays. Have not seen these caps before worn by the Braves. I can't remember if they did this last year for Mother's Day, but it looks like it's a Mother's Day edition Atlanta Braves hat with the pink kind of an off-white hat, and the breast cancer awareness on the side. I know I've seen the hat before in the clubhouse store, but I don't recall if I've seen them wear it before. So pretty neat little look. First pitch on the way from McHugh to Bichette is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Bichette to Bichette is right there on the outer edge for a strike. He doesn't like it. Might have been a touch off the plate. 1-1. Andy Fletcher is your home plate umpire. Eric Backus, first base. Laz Diaz, second base. And Estabrook down the third base line in case you missed the intros. The 1-1 from McHugh. Kicks and deals and outer edge for a strike. Looks like the cutter. It's 1-2. The 1-2, one on, nobody out. Kicks and swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the cutter right down Main Street. And there's one away. Do you like those hats that Atlanta's wearing?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I really like those hats. That's quite a tribute. I wonder what it ever brought it about. Is that there's Like some of the players have wives or.
Well, yeah, I've seen Major League Baseball do a lot with the Mother's Day / cancer awareness hats.
Yeah.
With the pink. It's the first time that I've seen. It looks like they've got the A on the side, and it looks like there's some kind of a pink background behind it on the side of the hat, but I can't make it out.
I can't make it out either.
Almost looks like it might be a flower arrangement. I can't tell. First pitch to Guerrero is a strike, and it's 0-1. McHugh quickly back to work. The 0-1 in the dirt. It's 1-1. Runner on first, 1 away. Braves lead at 1-0 on a solo shot from Ronald Acuna Jr. The 1-1 from McHugh. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, but coming back in to make the catch well before the warning track is Michael Harris II. Money Mike makes it 2 away. I think that ball is going to carry today. Atlanta's bats better get hot. The biggest danger with these bullpen games is you could have a guy go out and throw 1 or 2 good innings, but then you got to go to the next guy, and it's just going to take one guy having a bad day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So 1 on, 2 away, and Varsho comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Varsho is way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. So you grew up a Brooklyn Dodgers fan.
Oh, yeah.
In Brooklyn, essentially. Born in Brooklyn, but then moved out to Long Island.
Right.
The 1-0 swing, and that ball is hit high in the sky, having to come back and run it down. Will Acuna get to it? No, it falls out in front of him, gets away from Acuna, and he's going to stop Springer from coming all the way around to score. Springer came all the way around third, slammed on the brakes. Varsho makes it to second. So runners on second and third and 2 away. Acuna had a long way to go. Looking back at the replay, he started backwards, he misread it a little bit. He had a long way to go. I think if the initial move would have been to break towards the plate, he makes the catch. Varsho almost got hung up to dry in between second and third because he was coming around trying to make it a triple and had to come running back when Acuna got the ball back in quickly. So runners on second and third, 2 away, and the first pitch to Chapman is a swing and a foul back strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Chapman swung on, just got a piece of it. It's 0-2. Do you remember your first game that y'all went to in Brooklyn?
I think I might, but I might have it, confused with so many others. And also TV picked up at that point.
The 0-2 misses outside. It's 1-2.
And I remember the Dodgers, at Channel 9 and 11 was the Giants and Yankees.
The 1-2 on the way. Sweeper misses low and outside. It's 2-2. How often did you and Grandpa get to go?
As frequently as we could. Because we went away from during the summertime for 2 months. We didn't get to go as much as I probably would like to. On the other hand, of course, I enjoyed our vacation time. But I guess it was probably more like once a month, once every 6 weeks in the spring and the fall.
After fouling off the last pitch, it's 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sweeper got him, and McHugh gets out of the inning. So a scare there, but the Braves keep it scoreless. It's 1-0 Atlanta. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Look, you got to get it through your head. It's not coming back to you.
Why?
Because you slept with someone else!
Yeah, like a month ago. God!
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Mike Mussina is a Hall of Famer that isn't discussed much, even though he was a very good pitcher. On top of being an elite player, he was also very intelligent. He graduated from Stanford with a degree in economics and was almost the valedictorian of his high school. According to some reports, Mussina lowered his grades a little in order to avoid giving a commencement speech.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There is no greater optimist in baseball than President Charles Hercules Ebbets of the Brooklyn Club. For 30 years, he's been in baseball, and all that time he has had confidence in the Brooklyn fan. Through many seasons of losses and disappointments, he has carried the Trolley Dodgers, losing money year after year when those about him lost faith in the game as a paying proposition. But the confidence of Mr. Ebbets has never been shaken. He believed years ago, as he does today, that Brooklyn is a major league city and that it would support a good team. New York Times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kikuchi goes back to the hill, and Travis d'Arnaud steps to the plate. He takes the first pitch for a strike, batting .316 from the right side. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud, underneath his jersey, you'll notice his head to toe in the pink camouflage garb. 0-1 down below the knees, 1-1. Looked like the changeup that missed. d'Arnaud behind the plate today. Murphy getting the day off. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Strike two. It's 1-2. d'Arnaud batting .316 has not gone yard yet. Of course, he had the long stint on the IL. The 1-2 delivery swung on, banged over towards short. Bichette's got it, and he throws the ball high. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has to make the leaping catch and then apply the tag to d'Arnaud, who is doing a head first slide into the first base bag. There's one away. Just got him. Kind of a nifty slide by d'Arnaud to almost avoid the tag. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna, who's been red hot of recent, hit another home run yesterday. 7 for the year, 2 for 3 in this series with the home run and 2 RBI. First pitch is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered down the left field line, scalded into the corner. Ozuna's trying to come around. He's going to be safe. Head first slide. I don't know how he avoided the tag. We're going to have to see this on replay. So he drilled it into the corner, bounced off the wall. Good relay by Merrifield. He's got a pretty good arm. Throws it into second base. And I'm looking at the replay. I'm hoping he's safe. I guess the swim move worked. I guess that's how Ozuna avoided it. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a challenge. And Ozuna's hot stays smoking hot. Ozuna's bat stays smoking hot. And time is called. And that's for Kevin Pillar. Now, this is interesting. They had to put a request into Major League Baseball to do this. I read about teams doing this. We'll get into that second. But Pillar's getting a standing ovation. It's his first return to Toronto, where he had a phenomenal career with the Blue Jays. And so the entire fan base stood up and gave him standing ovation. He waves the pink bat up there at home plate with the pink high socks. And the first pitch on the way is high and outside. It's 1-0. So you've seen some players get the pitch clock violation and some players not. And the reason why is your team has to put in for a request 24 hours ahead of time to say, hey, my guy's going to come up and he's probably going to get a standing ovation. Can we get a few extra moments? The 1-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Pilar 270, 3 home runs at 759 OPS, 10 RBIs, trying to pick up Ozuna, who stands on second with 1 away. The 1-1 to Pilar. Kicks and deals, fastball, swing and a miss, 95 top shelf. It's 1-2. Kikuchi, man, he can really bring it up there in the mid to high 90s. Read an article about him the other day where he's been working on his velocity in the offseason and his release point and whatnot. It's gained him about 1 to 2 miles an hour. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Pretty deep. Ozuna is going to tag. Here he comes, chugging to third, and he is safe with 2 away. Kind of a big gamble to go on this play. But he was chugging all the way. Ozuna's got okay speed for a big man. I don't know what you gain from being at third with 2 outs and risking a possible out there. That was a close play. But now a wild pitch, pass ball, or a balk could get you in, even an infield single. That'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. Harris, lefty-lefty matchup, takes the first pitch, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery, strike, wide strike, slider on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Harris, a slow start to the season. Of course, he was on the IL as well, batting .214, 645 OPS. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 96 miles an hour, about letter high, and it's 2-1. Orlando Arcia stands on deck from the right side. The 2-1 from Kikuchi, and swing and a miss, slider down below the knees, out of the zone. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Michael. Swung on, and that ball is roasted in between the second base and first base hole. It's going to get down into right field for an RBI single. Ozuna comes down to score, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Hot shot in between first and second, just out of the reach of the second baseman, Espinal. They weren't really playing him to pull, which a lot of teams do play Michael to pull, but not that time. And Harris stands on first with 2 away, and Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. The first pitch to Arcia is a slider down below near the knees, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. So back to your first time going to Ebbets Field. Mm-hmm. What are your first memories?
That it was bright, it was green, it was enormous. Now, I know it was a small field, but remember, I was a child from a village of like 600-700 people, so this was the universe in front of me, and I think I gaped the whole time.
Kikuchi flipped it over to first to keep Mike close by. The 0-1 delivery, high and outside, 95 misses. It's 1-1. Do you remember who they played?
No, I don't. But I do remember, I remember being in total awe. These were the real people I'd heard about. I couldn't believe it.
The 1-1 from Kikuchi swung on, and that ball is dribbled up the middle. It's going to be backhanded, caught by Espinal. He steps on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves score another run. It's 2-0 Atlanta. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Happy Mother's Day.
If you were a bird, where would you fly? I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV.
I was just going to say that.
Bet we haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time, the Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodger.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is a story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 2-0 bottom of the second inning. McHugh is back out there to work, and the first pitch is right there about letter high for a strike to Merrifield. It's 0-1. Real quick update. In Washington, the Nationals lead the Mets 3-2, top of the 8th. That is a continuation of the game yesterday that was suspended in the third inning. They will play another game at 4:30 is what they're estimating, somewhere in that. A lot of fans are ticked off about this because it is a split admission doubleheader on Mother's Day. The 0-2 pitch from McHugh misses outside wide, 1-2. What that means for folks who don't get that, it means that if you had tickets to yesterday's game, you get into today. But then to watch the game later on this afternoon, you got to buy another ticket. And a lot of times they'll do those split admissions if it's pre-scheduled. It'll be like a 1 o'clock and a 7 o'clock because the 1-2 misses outside. It's 2-2 to Merrifield. But this one was a spur of the moment. Typically spur of the moment ones, they don't do split admission. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high in the sky, and Ozzie and Acuna collide. The ball's going to hit the turf, and Merrifield will stand on second with they're either going to call that an error or it's going to be a double. Both players appear to be okay. They smack into each other, and their gloves collided, both catching the ball at the same time, and neither one of them catching it at the same time. And we've seen this a few times. I'm going to have to put that on Ozzie because if Acuna's calling him off, he's got the right to the ball. We've seen this a few times where Ozzie will cut in front and make the play. We've seen him do it with Harris. We've seen him do it with the shortstop position. So 1 on, nobody out. And it was an error. Look at it in a second, see who they gave the error to. First pitch on the way to Brandon Belt is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. They did give the error to Ozzie Albies. So that you can make the argument for both if the play comes down to it. Right field's got the right of way, and so that's why the error was put on Ozzie. The 2-0 misses inside, ball 3, 3-0. So the error by Ozzie could be very costly as it started a rally here in the bottom of the second. McHugh trying to pitch out of danger. The 3-0 from the righty clips the top of the zone. The lefty, Brandon Belt, does not like it. It's 3-1. Might have been a touch high. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. The 3-1 pitch on the way, swung on it. That ball is hit down the left field line off the glove of Riley. Merrifield's going to come around to score, cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. Belt, who's a slow runner, will stay at first with the RBI single. So the error comes around to score. It's a hot shot. I'm sure Riley will tell you he should have had that, but that would have been a very difficult play to make. So runner on first, nobody out. Braves lead now 2-1. And the slow-running Jansen comes to the plate, the hind catcher, righty-righty matchup. And the first offering from McHugh is a strike on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1. What about your first memories going to a Dodger game as far as like significant players that you saw play or, big plays made? As the 0-1 pitches swung on and dropped into left field for a single. There's runners on first and second now, nobody out.
I don't remember any really outstanding. I was just so much in awe that this actually was Gil Hodges, Jackie Robinson, Campanella, Snyder, and so on. But it was also because the field was so small, you could hear a lot more of what was going on among the players, and especially afterwards, how they would boo the whichever coach it was at the time who didn't pull things off. And Brooklyn fans, trust me, never didn't know the definition of holding back.
So one of my favorite stories that y'all told, and I don't remember if y'all were actually in the building or if it was just something that you heard about, as Espinal will come to the plate and the number 9 hitter drops down a bunt and he's going to get an infield single. The ball was just past McHugh. McHugh left it for Riley to try to barehanded throw it down the line. With it, Espinal with that speed beat it out. And that error has really caused an unraveling of the Braves here in the bottom of the second. Bases are loaded and nobody out. So there was a story I remember specifically with the Brooklyn Dodgers Symphony Band.
Oh, yes.
And they would play the Three Blind Mice.
Right.
When
they didn't like a call.
Right.
Yeah.
As the first pitch on the way to Springer is swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep down the left field line, bending foul into the net, and it's a loud strike. Thought he might have gotten all of that one the way it first took off out of his bat. I think he just got underneath it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from McHugh, righty-righty matchup, and it is a comebacker to McHugh. He fires it to Darnode standing on the dish. Darnode flips it down to first, and it is a 1-2-3 double play. You don't see those very often. And a big second out, or big first and second out. The runners on first and second move down to second and third, but you now have 2 outs and a chance to get out of this fairly unscathed. Springer was beside himself once he got past first base. Just kind of hung his head. Looks like there's some kind of a delay. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of a... Are they reviewing something? I don't know what they could possibly be reviewing. On whether or not Darnode touched home plate. I mean, his foot's on home plate. It drags it right across it. I don't know what they're possibly reviewing. Did the umpire crew have money on the Blue Jays today? His foot comes right across home plate. You see it drag across there.
Very clearly.
I don't even... they are actually... Oh, okay, the Blue Jays are actually challenging. I thought maybe this was coming from upstairs. It is a strange review. I don't know what they saw. And it has been confirmed that the manager of the Blue Jays is not very bright. I mean, his foot's right there. First of all, when he makes the catch, it's on the back part of the plate, and he slides his foot all the way across the plate. I would not have wasted a challenge there because you only get one challenge, and if you get it wrong, your challenges go away. Now, if you got it right, it would be restored, but that is a bad decision.
It's almost like the whole foot.
Yeah, that's a bad decision. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he took the Braves. The first pitch on the way to Bichette is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. So did you see this story a couple of weeks ago? The Alabama baseball coach got busted for gambling on against his team as the 0-1 pitch is swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-2 against LSU. I think they were playing. So he got busted. He was sending messages to someone to put the bet on the app for him, right? Here's the irony of the whole damn thing. And I never saw why he was there. As the 0-2 pitch is just off the plate wide. It's 1-2. The guy that was making the bets was sitting no other than in Cincinnati Reds baseball stadium, which is, of course, Pete Roseville. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. It's 2-2. It's bad enough your college baseball coach is betting against his own team, but in Cincinnati, you think there's not freaking people looking all over the place waiting for some kind of illegal activity there? The 2-2 in the dirt. It's 3-2.
Well, as they say, you stick around long enough, it comes back around to happen again. The storyline's different, but the aim was the same.
The 3-2 pitch on the way to Bichette. Runners on second and third. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Payoff pitch coming to Bichette. Guerrero on deck, so you don't want the bases juiced with Guerrero coming to the plate. The 3-2. Swing and fouls it out of play. Cutter just stayed alive. Braves 2, Blue Jays 1. Braves scored on a solo shot by Acuna. Ozuna got on with a double, and he came around to score. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled that back out of play. Do it again. It's 3-2. And then in this inning, the Braves gave up an unearned run after an error by Ozzie Albies colliding in the outfield with Acuna. That run came around to score. McHugh trying to keep it at that. The 3-2 pitch on the way high and inside almost gets Bichette, knocks his helmet off. He'll head down to first. And now this ain't what you want. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming to the plate with the bases juiced. Nowhere to put him. Little surprised McHugh is still in the game. He is sitting at 42 pitches. Kranitz is going to come out there and talk to him. But that typically doesn't mean a pitching change. Typically, Snicker comes out for the pitching change. So he's 42 pitches in. And, of course, this inning would be done and over had the catch been made earlier in the inning. And most likely a run would not have scored. But Krantz is going out there to talk to him, and they're going to let him try to get out of this mess. I'm sure he's saying something to the effect of, I can't help you, buddy. The bases are loaded. One of the best hitters in baseball coming to the plate. I hope you said your prayers because so Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the big bopper, comes to the plate and he'll take the first pitch down and outside for a strike. On the outside corner, it's 0-1. Bases loaded, 2 away. The 0-1 just misses wide. And it's 1-1. Do you remember Hilda Chester?
Oh. She was the, she banged the copper pots and whatnot.
Right. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and rifled up the middle. That's going to get down for a base hit into center field. 2 runs will score, and the Toronto Blue Jays take a 3-2 lead. So rolling the dice and leaving your reliever in with over 40 pitches against one of the best hitters in the game has backfired. The Braves trail by 1. Yeah, Hilda Chester, she's actually got at the Baseball Hall of Fame, she as you walk into the top part,
right.
She's got her own little memorial sitting there.
And there's the crowd of the best fans ever.
Right.
And she's one of the statues there. Yeah.
Right. Remember they said that she used to send notes down to the dugout. And sometimes they ignored them and sometimes they paid attention to them. But she'd send notes down to the dugout saying so-and-so isn't looking too good. Pull them. Start the bullpen, that kind of thing. First pitch to Varsho misses, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 quickly back at it. Misses high and outside. It's 2-0. Toronto 3, Braves 2. The 2-0 pitch misses again. 3-0. So McHugh is about to hit the 50 pitch mark. He's sitting at 48. I know you're in a bullpen game, but it seems like you're really hanging this guy out to dry. Runners on first and second, 2 away. The 3-0 pitch, that one misses high and outside, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk. McHugh appears to be on fumes. Chapman is due up. And Snicker will finally come out and pull McHugh. So we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. A pitching change for your Atlanta Braves.
Gas prices are so high that I just saw Dolly Parton carpooling with Jolene.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I've made more money than I ever expected to, but I'm putting all of it, and more too, into the new plant for the Brooklyn fans. Of course, it's one thing to have a fine ball club and win a pennant, but to my mind, there's something more important than that about a ball club. I believe the fans should be taken care of. A club should provide a suitable home for its patrons. This home should be in a location that's healthy, it should be safe, and it should be convenient. Charles Hercules Ebbets.
My father used to talk about the building of Ebbets Field. He was 11 years old when they started building Ebbets Field, and he somehow remembered what the hopes were for that whole area of Brooklyn, because he lived right near there, that they would have their own stadium nearby. And he said he used to go by every day and watch another piece of it being put together. So when he first took me there, it was like showing me something that was part of his own history, not just a stadium somewhere else.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trying to get out of a mess here. Michael Tonkin will come on, inheriting the bases loaded but 2 away. Chapman at the plate, on deck Merrifield, who got the whole thing started off when he hit a pop fly into shallow right, and Acuna and Ozzie collided. Error going to Ozzie. And that run came around to score, and it kind of opened up a floodgates. Having a talk with home plate umpire Andy Fletcher before he comes on. Your guess is as good as mine as far as what that's about. So Chapman will come to the plate. Dangerous right-handed hitter, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch from the side-winding righty is a fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike, 94 miles an hour. Top shelf, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2, 94, about letter high over the plate. Toronto 3, Braves 2, bases loaded, 2 away, an 0-2 count. Bottom of the second, deuces are wild. Here's the windup and lets it fly. 94 mile an hour fastball misses just high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Tonkin. Lifts his leg and misses outside. 94 again. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 pitch with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Deuce is wild. You don't want to run it full. The 2-2. Caught looking. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll set him down. He doesn't like it, gives Andy Fletcher an earful, but we'll head to break. Tonkin comes out and puts out the fire. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
1971. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Hippies burning library cards. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella. Sure, go ahead. Laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene. I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over.
And Pascual Perez just threw a baseball into the Cubs dugout, and another one came flying right back out. And there's another one, and it's hit one of the umpires out of the mound. Now Don Zimmer's coming up, and he'll argue that Perez started it. He threw a ball into the dugout, and he did. Harry Wendelstedt and Zimmer. You see Zimmer's hot. Pascual was being tended to on the mound. It appeared that his right hand, his pitching hand, may have been hit by that line drive. So now Ron McLean is up talking to him. The huddle is around him. Somebody must have said something from the Cub dugout, and Pascual just lobbed a baseball into the dugout, and in short order it came flying right back out. And when the ball came out, it hit home plate umpire Bill Hahn. One of the Cubs is going to be fined for throwing the ball. Going to be fined because that guy's pitcher threw the ball in our dugout. A little bit of a smile on Pascual's face as if he's gotten away with something here.
Armchair.
Ebbets spent $750,000 to build his park, with its marble rotunda and chandeliers made in the form of bats and balls. So much that he had to sell half his interest in the team to pay his debts. Ebbets Field opened to the public on April 5th, 1913, an exhibition game against the Highlanders, who officially changed their name that spring to the New York Yankees. Brooklyn won 3-2. An inside-the-park home run by a young former dental student named Casey Stengel made the difference. Over the next 45 summers, Ebbets Field would witness some of the worst baseball ever played, and some of the very best.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Very first pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. is 1-for-1 with a jack. It's high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Kikuchi flips a slider in there, top shelf, outer edge. It's 1-1. So Kikuchi now comes back in with the 1-run lead, but he did have quite the long break in between half innings. We'll see if that has any kind of an effect. The 1-1 misses outside, but called for a wide strike. Acuna doesn't like it. I can't say I blame him. That was off the edge by at least 2 inches. Andy Fletcher, home plate umpire, not known for the for the highest grades as a home plate umpire. The 1-2 pitch swung on and rifled down the line, foul. It's 1-2. He's, from what I saw of a couple of grades he's had recently, he's consistently inconsistent when you're talking about east and west of the strike zone. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. Good pitch by Kikuchi. Better take by Acuna. It's 2-2. Cleveland leads the Angels 4-3. No, that's a final. Cleveland beat the Angels 4-3. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over towards third, fumbling the ball is Chapman. He fires it over to first, and Acuna is going to beat it out for an infield single. Maybe an error. We'll have to check what the official scoring is. It was a hot shot. He did fumble it around a little bit. I'm sure Chapman will tell you he should have had it. And if that is an error, maybe Atlanta can take advantage of an error in their own right. It will be an error charged to Chapman. Seattle leads Detroit 3-1 in the top of the third. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kikuchi will go after Olsen, and the first pitch is popped up high in the sky, and underneath it is a center fielder, Varsho, in shallow left center, and there's one away. Braves trail by 1. Acuna stands on first. It's be a good time for maybe a little hit and run action here. Ozzie comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup, open stance. And the first pitch by Kikuchi is a fastball strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. So I came across this article, the top 20 Brooklyn Dodgers of all time. Any guess what number 1 was?
God, I'd be so torn.
The 0-1 pitch. There's a pitch out, and Acuna's staying put. It's 1-1. I think you, if you just go with your gut, I think you get, this is the greatest, not necessarily the most popular, but this is the greatest. The 1-1 delivery, swung on and bang foul. Slider down below the knees. It's 1-2. We talked about him earlier today.
Snyder?
Duke Snyder.
Yeah.
See, he hit 389 home runs, 1,271 RBIs for his career. I believe that was just in Brooklyn. I believe that's how they had this written down. Is the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie in the dirt. The ball kicks away. It's going to go all the way to the backstop. Acuna's going to jog down to second. And runner in scoring position, the tying run, a 2-2 count. Looking at his numbers, 136 RBI in the 1955 championship season. That's a lot of RBIs for today. The 2-2 to Ozzie, slider in the dirt, backhanded. It's 3-2. So the payoff pitch for Ozzie Albies, standing on deck is Riley. This would be a great time for Riley to get out of his funk. Runner on second, Acuna. If it gets to the outfield, it should tie the game with his speed. The 3-2 pitch swung on and just got a stitch of that ball to stay alive. Banged it foul, and then it kind of corkscrewed and bounced all over the infield. A 3-2 count. Now, number 2 all-time Brooklyn Dodger. I don't think this one would shock you.
Which one?
Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, that would be my guess. And then they all bunch up.
The 3-2 pitch on the way, hit high and deep, going back Back. Is it gone? It is gone over the left field wall. That one will bring rain, and it is a 2-run shot. His 10th of the year, 340 happy feet. It wasn't a long one, but it was a high one, and the Braves lead it 4-3. How about that? How about them apples? It's a final in Washington as well. The Nationals have beat the Mets 3-2. So we gain a game on the Mets. Now the Mets will play an extra game today. So we gain a half game today, or a half game right now currently.
I came across a quote.
First pitch to Riley is fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. What was the quote?
Well, maybe others are familiar with it, but that baseball is drama without a script. I love it when I think about it. Unlike football, where everything is like an orchestra with the leader.
Right. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. It's 0-2. It's the greatest of all reality shows.
There you go.
And it's better than all the rest because it's every day, right?
Yeah. And
the 0-2 misses high 1-2.
My poor little girl's world those days, I dreamed of growing up and playing center field for the Brooklyn Dodgers because of Snyder.
I think we all have.
But a girl in the 50s.
a short, unathletic guy today. I still dream of it, and I'm almost 50. The 1-2 pitch fouled off. It's still 1-2. I still think, man, you're telling me there's a chance.
Right.
The 1-2 pitch. Kikuchi kicks and deals off the plate wide. It's 2-2. Of course, when I was growing up, everyone in Braves country wanted. I wanted to be Dale Murphy. I mean, he was the guy. It's still ridiculous he's not in the Hall of Fame. The 2-2 swing and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 2-2. My wife surprised me with a Dale Murphy red jersey about a week or so ago to be able to wear up there. She wanted some eBay auction, like got a good deal on it, but still. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is sliced into right field. It's going to get down over the head of Guerrero, and a seeing eye single. You never know what might get you off the schneid. Maybe that'll get Riley going in the right direction here on Mother's Day. Almost like a golf slice. He's on the green and 1. And the Braves lead by 1. If you're wanting to know what the run line was, Braves 4.5 was the over-under today, so they're almost there. They're going to have a quick mound visit. Let's hit the number 3. Oh, I would not have known this one. The number 3 Brooklyn Dodger of all time. I'm just going to tell you because I feel like we'll be here forever.
Okay.
Zach Wheat.
Oh.
Wheat played 19 seasons from 09 to 27.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Grandpa probably saw him play. 317 batting average. Let's see what his other numbers were. He had an on-base percentage over 400 3 straight years from 23 to 25.
Oh, my gosh.
First pitch on the way to Darno is swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Now, this one you will know because he's right there in your wheelhouse. Roy Campanella comes in at number 4. Averaged 32 home runs and 114 RBI in his career in Brooklyn. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball right by him. It's 0-2. Of course, he had that terrible auto accident.
Oh, my gosh. That brought half of Long Island into mourning for days.
I can only imagine. The 0-2 pitch misses inside. Well inside. It's 1-2. See who we have next on the road. Oh, here's your guy. Number 5, Gil Hodges. Well overdue. They finally put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
That was absurd.
Yes.
It's not quite the snub that Dale Murphy has gone up against, but it's pretty close. The 1-2 inside just misses. It's 2-2. I think Murphy eventually gets in with the Veterans Committee, but it's ridiculous. It shouldn't have taken this long. Dale Murphy won back-to-back MVPs in the early 80s. He was arguably one of, if not the best player in baseball for like a 3 or 4 period.
Yeah.
He's getting hurt by the fact is the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, slider right down the heart of the plate, just could not time it up. There's 2 away. He's getting hurt by the fact that his final couple of years when he went to like Philly and whatnot were on the downside. But the first 10 to 12 years of his career were phenomenal.
Yeah.
And the fact that he came up as a catcher and learned center field on the fly. Center field.
Yeah. Most catchers can't run that fast.
No. Most catchers can't hit that hard.
Or throw that far.
Right. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a fastball top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozuna hit a double down left field line his first time up, scored a run. Runner on first, 2 away, Riley. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky into left field. Jogging under, making the catch is Merrifield, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 on the board via the bomb. Ozzie Albies going deep. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. Happy Mother's Day wherever you are.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. We head to the bottom of the third inning. The first pitch on the way from Tonkin is a strike right there to Merrifield, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses well inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Tonkin came in for the final out of the last inning. The 1-1 misses high and wide. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get dumped into right field for a leadoff single. Braves were playing Merrifield on the shift, and he shot it to the other side, and the ball just looped away from Ozzie, and there's one on and nobody out. So 1 on, nobody out. That'll bring Brandon Belt to the plate. The first pitch to Belt is a high strike, 92 miles an hour. Belt doesn't like it. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Tonkin turns and flips, fires it to first. Keep Merrifield close by. We'll do it again at 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Merrifield off and running. Here's the throw down to second. He is safe just under the tag. And the tying run stands on second with nobody out. Pretty good throw by Darnode. Merrifield got a great jump. Tonkin has that long delivery. So an 0-2 count to Belt. And the delivery is swung on and popped up, foul back out of play. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Right there for strike 3. Wide strike. I don't know about that one. We'll take it, but Belt does not like it. And he is giving home plate umpire Andy Fletcher an earful as he walks behind him heading to the dugout. That ball faded well off the plate. It might have clipped the zone. When you get the up close look at it, looks a little closer, but he doesn't like it. I will definitely say it was too close to take when you got 2 strikes. That'll bring Jansen to the plate. Jansen's 1-for-1. And the first pitch to Jansen is high and inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Tonkin swung on and popped up. Can of corn over into the foul territory near left field. Arcia calls off Riley, and the ball fades back towards fair territory. Making the catch is Arcia, and there's 2 away. Joe Medwick, by the way, is the number 6 guy on the all-time Brooklyn list. 1968 Hall of Fame. 1937 Triple Crown winner. But I guess he played quite a bit in St. Louis as well. So I don't know if I really, to me, you put a guy on a list, he should be known as that team's guy. First pitch on the way to Espinal, the number 9 hitter is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Espinal dropped a drag bunt down earlier and got on. So he's 1-for-1, the 1-0. Swing, and that ball's banged foul towards the third base dugout. It's 1-1. Pee Wee Reese hits number 7 on the list. The 1-1 from Tonkin swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. (2,000 career hits, 232 stolen bases for Pee Wee. And in the playoffs, a 346 on base percentage. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball 2, 2-2. Don Newcomb, number 8. Now that's a Dodger.
I can see that.
Yeah, 10 years Brooklyn, Los Angeles. So I guess they're also counting LA too. This guy's kind of all over the board with this article. The 2-2 pitch on the way outside wide, ball 3, 3-2. You don't want to walk him because if you walk Espinal, then you have to go back to the top of the order, George Springer. So the payoff pitch from Tonkin to Espinal On the way, swung on and banged foul hard down the left field line. We'll do it again at 3-2 with a runner on second and 2 away. Dazzy Vance, 12 years with the Brooklyn Dodgers, 3.17 ERA. I remember reading this about that. He was the 1924 MVP as well. Of course, that's before they gave Cy Youngs out.
Okay.
3-2 pitch, swung on and popped up high in the sky. Can of corn camping underneath it, making the one-handed grab his Ozzy, and that'll end the inning. So the Blue Jays threaten, but the Braves stop them in their tracks. Pilar, Harris, and Arcia are coming to the plate.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankees system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it by 1, and Kevin Pilar will come to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. Pilar standing in with his high pink socks, pink armbands. Notice a lot of the players are also using pink eyewear. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is belted high. It's belted deep. It's going back, back, back. Hold everything. That's a whopper. It's a 2-run lead for your Atlanta Braves. 393 happy feet over the Toronto wall. And that standing ovation has gotten really quiet here in Canada. He did not miss that a bit, and then kind of had a giddy up in his step. I wouldn't quite call that a bat flip, but it was definitely a bat flop. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. We talked about in the pregame, Kikuchi susceptible to the home runs. He's given up 3 today. The 1-0 to Michael, who's 1 for 1 with a single and an RBI first time up. Swung on and banged foul. It's 1-1. Hit the scoreboard real quick, and then it's time to turn back time. Nationals beat the Mets earlier 3-2. Braves gaining a half game, now 6.5 up on the Mets. The 1-1, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Mets came into today up 5 on the Phillies and 6.5 on the Marlins, 8.5 on the Nationals. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking on the outside. Good pitch by Kikuchi, and there's one away. It's 0-0 in Miami. Reds and Marlins. That game is in the fourth. Phillies and Rockies get going here in about 15 minutes. Mets and Nationals will be back at it for that second admission ticket at 4:35. What a bunch of crooks. for I don't know, but if you're going to spend the Mother's Day
right
at the ballpark, a doubleheader,
right,
you can't make it all one. And the Nationals aren't drawing that well anyways. So what are they doing? The 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. Arcia 0 for 1 on the day. Pirates over the Orioles 4-0. That game is in the fifth. Both teams having a really good year. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is roasted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and a good C&I single by Arcia just kind of guided it into center, and there's one on and one out, and here comes that man, Ronald Acuna Jr., stepping to the plate. Yankees lead the Rays 4-3 over in the fifth inning. Mariners and Tigers 3-2. That game is heading to the fifth. Mariners on top. Twins 4-0 over the Cubs in the third. The Astros lead the White Sox 3-0. Hunter Brown on the hill today. The first pitch swung on by Acuna, and that ball is going to be a worm burner, roasted up the middle. It's going to get down for a base hit. A single, and Orlando Arcia hustling all the way comes over to third. We got runners on the corners, one away, and Matt Olson coming to the plate. Royals lead the Brewers 3-1. The rest of your action comes on later today. Guardians did hold on and beat the Angels 4-3. And they're going to come out and talk to Kikuchi. This looks like this is the pitching coach again. It is. It's Pete Walker. And they've got if you're wondering who that other guy is next to him, it's not a random fan that's gotten onto the field. He is the interpreter. He almost looked like he could be a golfer asking to play through.
Right.
Do y'all mind if I break this up here? I got an 8-foot putt I'm trying to make. Most of the interpreters that come out, you'll see them like in full garb, but he just kind of chilling. So runners on the corners, one out. A big fly would get us another run. Matt Olson has an check swing foul. Thankfully, that thing went foul. It's 0-1. It's about that time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. The 0-1 pitch to Olson, high and inside. They're going to say he went around. I don't know. That's kind of a cheap strike there. He was well off the plate. Yeah, he's well off the plate. They're saying that he went around and offered at it. Those are judgment calls, and most umpires will give you the benefit of the doubt when the ball almost hits you. But Kikuchi gets the benefit of the doubt there. You got an 0-2 count, and they're going to try a pickoff play. They've got Acuna in a rundown. Acuna is going to try to stay in a pickle long enough. Hopefully Arcia is moving, and Arcia throw is coming back, and he is going to be safe at third. Acuna is going to be safe at first. So a whole hell of a lot of nothing. We got runners on the corners and one away. In the middle of the rundown, Arcia started cheating towards home, and they decided to throw it back across the diamond to try to get Arcia, who's halfway down the line, and it was a wide throw. And because of the wide throw, Chapman, the ball almost got away, first of all. Chapman did a great job keeping that ball from going into the dugout. And all runners are back where they started. So an 0-2 pitch on the way to Olson's well off the plate wide. It's 1-2. On this date, actually, In 1947, on May 13th, not May 14th, but I did want to bring this one up because you are in studio. During the pregame infield practice, a barrage of racial slurs directed at Jackie Robinson by the Cincinnati fans as the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed strike three. Might have gotten a foul tip. Cincinnati fans, during the Dodgers' first visit to Crosley Field, Brooklyn shortstop Pee Wee Reese, a Southerner from Kentucky, with friends attending the game and the captain of the team, converses with the black infielder and puts his arm around his teammate's shoulders, a gesture that stuns and silences the crowd. And there is now a statue sitting outside the stadium where that took place. Obviously not at Crosley Field, but
Isn't there one in the beach in Brooklyn?
Yes.
What's it called? Yeah.
Yes.
Not Brighton Beach, the other one. I can't slip my mind right now.
And that was on yesterday in 1947. First pitch to Ozzie is a strike, and it's 0-1. Runners on the corners, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves 5, Blue Jays 3. Kikuchi trying to get out of this mess, facing Ozzie, who once again, he's 1 for 2 with a home run, a 2-run shot earlier in the game. The 1-1 pitch to Ozzie, taken right there for a strike on the outer edge, down below the knees. It's 1-2. So he's gone slider, changeup. That was a fastball that he took over the fence last time up. So you might be trying to avoid that. The Blue Jays are in a shift in the infield. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup on the outer edge. That'll end the inning. But not before the Braves put another one on the board. We go 5-3, heading to the bottom of the 4th here in Toronto.
Here he comes again.
Hey, my nephew you've been talking about, he's 3 for 3
Is that right?
That's right.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
ThingsThatDidn'tHappen.com.
Really?
Yep. You know, baseball's not for everyone, man. You know, sign them up for karate or something. All I see is swinging at air.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
It's the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
George Stallings was the manager of the Miracle Braves of 1914, who went from last place on July 4th to winning the pennant and eventually the World Series against the highly favored Athletics. When he was dying, so the story goes, one of the would-be, soon-to-be mourners said, "George, what's killing you?" Stallings replied, "Bases on balls."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead it 5-3, bottom of the 4th, top of the order for the Blue Jays, and Tonkin will go back out there for another inning of work. First pitch from Tonkin is misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Tonkin, missing high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Tonkin at 24 pitches. The 2-0 delivery, swing and a miss. It's 2-1. On this date in 1918, the anticipation of crime rates decreasing in the city, the 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Officials in Washington, D.C. finally lift the prohibition on playing baseball on Sunday in the nation's capital. In 5 days, 17,000 fans, the largest crowd in the history of Griffith Stadium, will be treated to a dramatic 1-0 extra inning game against Cleveland as the 2-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. It's the first contest played on a Sunday in the District of Columbia, and that's 105 years ago today in 1918. And on this date in 1920, as the 2-2 pitch on the way, foul tipped, foul check, swing. We'll do it again at 2-2. Went towards the first base dugout. Beating the Tigers in relief at Griffith Stadium 9-8, Senator right-hander Walter Johnson registers his 300th victory as the 3-2 pitch from Tonkin is lifted high and deep into left field, jumping on the track. That ball's off the wall. Is it off the wall? I think that was a home run. They are going to call it a home run, and it's 5-4 Atlanta. Just got over the wall. Pilar tried to leap to make the catch. Fan was trying to make the catch and clumsily dropped it back over the wall, so that's why the ball ended up back in play. The big train Walter Johnson, 300th victory on this date in 1920, compiled 417 victories lifetime, including 20 games or more in 10 consecutive seasons, as first pitch on the way is called for a strike. It's 0-1. Bichette versus Tonkin. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky past first, and Olsen drops the damn ball. My word. We're going to get an error on Olsen, but Bichette is gunned down at second as Ronald Acuna Jr. fires down the second baseline. Narcia standing there to make the tag. So a very eventful out. Ball just popped out of his glove. Not typical for Olsen, the Platinum Glove winner. Quickly thinking, Acuna picked it up and fired it into second. I think Bichette thought everyone was napping. No, what he's thinking he's going to get that far against Acuna's arm. So a whole lot of stuff happened there. We got an out, and there's one away. The first pitch to Guerrero is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He fires it over to Olsen, who's standing there to make the catch, and it's a 5-3 putout if you're scoring at home. Back to Walter Johnson, 12-20 win seasons, 30 win seasons 2 times. In 1912, he won 33 games. In 1913, 36 games. This is the most impressive of all the numbers, as the first pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into center field on the track, making the catch at the wall. And Michael Harris will end the inning. So a lot of hard hit balls, and we got out of it with the 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash, and I'll finish up the thoughts on Walter Johnson when we come back here in Braves country.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, "If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me." In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch inside, just misses inside. It's 1-0. Thing on back to Walter Johnson is the 1-0 pitch is swung on. That ball's going to get dumped into left field, down for a base hit. A long turn at first, but he'll put on the brakes, and it's a leadoff single for the rake. Hopefully he'll get back to swinging that bat. That's the second hit on the day. So all those numbers, 417 wins, incredible, but a little different game back then where you pitched till the end of the game. That's why Ty Cobb's number will never be touched at 538 or something like whatever it is. But of all the numbers that just shocks me when I hear about Walter Johnson is this. And he won 3 Triple Crowns as a pitcher, which is phenomenal to begin with. 110 shutouts in his career, complete game shutouts.
Holy smacks.
And that's the one. And he was one of the 5 immortals, as they call them, one of the first 5 originally inducted into the first class in the Hall of Fame.
Well, deservedly so.
It was him, Ty Cobb, Christy Mathewson, Babe Ruth, and Honus Wagner. I'd say Christy Mathewson was the best person of all of those.
As a person.
Just, they called him the Christian gentleman.
Okay.
And he refused. By the way, you're not missing anything. Toronto's making a pitching change. So we're going to stay with you here during the break. He refused to give interviews to any of the sports writers of his time that were rumored to be running around on their wives. And he was the first one. He is the reason. It was him and one other player, but he was one of the main reasons why we ended up with bubblegum cards, because prior to bubblegum cards, there were tobacco baseball cards, and he would not allow his card to be put in tobacco cards.
Yeah.
And though there were a couple other players that were on that same page, none of his stature.
Mm-hmm.
And he famously, really great story on it, but he famously got hit with mustard gas in World War I and came back and was never the same and died of, I believe it was emphysema in the early 1920s.
Oh,
it was either emphysema, it might have been tuberculosis, but anyways,
lung disease.
Yeah. But I think it was tuberculosis, but yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal human being. And I guess at one point his wife has to defend him to the press because using a term from back then, they said that she said even though he was a good man, he was no goody.
Okay.
But he was on the famous New York Giants teams of the 20s.
Yeah, I recall reading about him. Yeah. Or hearing of him too.
So we are back to action. Pitching change for the Blue Jays. It's Bass, the former Miami Marlin, righty-righty matchup versus Darnode, and the first pitch to Darnode is a strike taken there at the knees. It's 0-1. He also had 531 total complete games. The 0-1 pitch, down below the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-2. I do these turn back times on every game, and I always come across, there's like some marathon game with like 17, 18 innings, two pitchers going at it, and undoubtedly one of them is Walter Johnson. It's just, he wouldn't come out of the game. The 0-2 pitch misses wide and outside. It's 1-2. The last one, turn back time. This is a Atlanta Braves turn back time from 1988, 35 years ago on this day. As Riley stands on first with nobody out, the 1-2 to Travis Darnode on the way, swung on, and that ball is hammered into left field, but making the catch on the fly is Merrifield. Riley has to race back to first, and there's one away. On this date 35 years ago, Jose Oquendo of the St. Louis Cardinals becomes the first non-pitcher to get a major decision, losing to the Atlanta Braves in 19 innings, 7-5, after pitching 3 scoreless innings in an extra inning marathon against Atlanta. The Cardinals utility man gave up a 2-run double to Ken Griffey Sr. in the 19th to suffer the loss at Busch Stadium, and that was 35 years ago today. First pitch on the way to Ozuna's in the dirt. They're going to say he went around, and it's 0-1. Next Braves country baseball broadcast tomorrow night, 8:05 first pitch in Texas. Take on the Rangers, a 3-game set. We'll bring all 3 games to you. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Slider on the outside. Braves clinging to a 5-4 lead. They like to get a few more runs up here and then turn it over to Iglesias and company in the back of a bullpen on a bullpen day for the Braves. Tomorrow it'll be Charlie Morton. And then Tuesday, I would think it's going to be Dylan Dodd coming back up. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt gets away from the catcher. Riley's going to race down to second base. Good hustle by the big man. Jansen stayed in front of it, but the ball kicked to his left, rolled towards the dugout. Riley stands on second. So now we got a runner in scoring position and a 1-2 count on Ozuna. That's one of those pitches, if you had to do it over, you swing at it and run down to first and take your bag. Oh, never mind. I guess you couldn't because there was a guy on first. I always think about that as how late is too late. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right center field, making a sliding catch at his knees is Varsho. Turns, spins, fires it back into the infield. Good play by Varsho.
It really was.
And there's 2 away.
That was almost like a ballet.
Well, the reason why I mentioned that, like how late is too late, I saw a clip of a minor league game the other day where a ball was thrown towards home plate. It bounced, and the guy just kind of swung at it, kind of going through almost like a practice swing, and they called a strike on him and struck him out. And it was ridiculous. And I'm like, wait a minute. Can you, if he'd done that and the ball gone to the backside, but he had 2 strikes on him, would you let him go run down to first? I don't think you would.
Yeah.
First pitch on the way to Pilar is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Kevin Pilar hit a solo shot his last time up in the 4th. Former Blue Jay trying to get Riley home from second. The 1-0 is in the dirt. It's 2-0. The 2-0 righty-righty matchup. Pitch is on the way. And inside almost clips him. It's 3-0. So a 3-0 count to Kevin Pilar and Michael Harris II on deck. So if Pilar can draw a walk, you're going to have a righty-lefty matchup here. The 3-0 pitch taken all the way by Pilar. Fastball about belt high, and it's 3-1. Phillies and Rockies are just underway. It's scoreless in the first out in Denver. The 3-1 pitch downstairs, and ball 4. Kevin Pillar will head down to first. So now you got runners on first and second. The Braves have had ducks all over the pond today. Though they've scored 5, you really feel like they could have had a few more. Michael Harris up here in a big spot. Righty-lefty matchup. This would be a good time for him to get into one. Harris stands in. The first pitch on the way to Harris is taken for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Harris with the bright pink bat. Pink gloves. Pink sweatbands. The 0-1 pitch. Flips it outside wide. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Orlando Arcia. In the hole, Ronald Acuna Jr. in the top of the order. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Top of the 5th inning. The 1-1 in the dirt. Good block by Jansen, and it's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Runners on first and second. Here's the windup to pitch from Bass, and it's a slider down low. Misses again. It's 3-1. Orlando Arcia standing on deck. You almost get the feeling Bass might be pitching around the lefty to get to the righty. See if he offers one in here. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down below the zone. Foul tipped into the glove, and it's a full count now. So that's the bad news. The good news is the runners will be off to the races. And Pillar, with his speed, anything that got down in towards the gap would probably be a run. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. Harris couldn't catch up. And that'll end the inning. The Braves threatened but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Bottom of the 5th, 5-4, your Atlanta Braves.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high-leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Tonkin, who's still out there. It's a ball outside. It's 1-0. Chapman stands in 0 for 2. Righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Slider to start the at-bat. The 1-1 delivery from Tonkin. Off the plate, out wide, slider misses. It's 2-1. So he's gone 3 consecutive sliders to start the game. The 2-1 pitch from Tonkin. He herky-jerky kicks it towards the plate and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Matt Chapman batting .322 on the season, 5 homers, 22 RBI, a .950 OPS. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit into the 6 hole. Arcia backhands it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a laser over to Olsen. He'll make the catch, a 6-3 putout to start the 5th inning here for your Atlanta Braves defense. Great throw by Arcia. He makes it look so effortless. Has an absolute cannon. I still go back to how absurd it is that there was a shortstop position battle back in March that we were all believing. That'll bring Whit Merrifield to the plate, and he'll take the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Merrifield. Down below the knees. Slider missing, 2-0. Falling behind the hitter again. The 2-0 pitch, high and out of the zone. 3-0 to Merrifield. The 3-0 from Tonkin. Inside top zone. Called for a strike, 93 miles an hour. Merrifield doesn't like it. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's hammered down the left field line, but foul. It's 3-2. Cincinnati leads Miami 1-0. That game is in the 6th inning. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Merrifield, swung on and sliced over towards right field, going back, realizing he's got to charge in, making the catch is Acuna, and there's 2 away. Second time today he's gotten a wrong read. I don't know if that Sun's playing games with all the defenders out there. You've had a lot of issues over there towards right field. Even Olsen dropped one that was right in his glove. So 2 away, Tonkin trying to get through this 5th inning would be a huge deal for the bullpen. The first pitch on the way to Belt is a swing and a miss strike, top of the zone. It's 0-1. Belt 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the second. The number 7 hitter for the Blue Jays. The 0-1 pitch right there, and they're going to call that a ball? Wow. It's 1-1. That is some new math he's using there on the strike zone. The 1-1 pitch. Dropping a bunt down. Riley tries to barehand it. It's going to get underneath Riley's hand, so Belt will be safe at first. Riley's got to chase the ball into the outfield. Riley hustling all the way. Belt's a slow runner. He doesn't really have much of a chance of advancing. Belt took advantage of the Braves in the shift. And he's on, 1 on with 2 away. Riley's only chance was going to be able to bury it because he was coming from a long ways away. By the time Belt realized the ball went under Riley's throwing hand, he had no chance to advance. First pitch on the way to the number 8 hitter, Jansen, the hind catcher, swinging a miss, striking. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Tonkin lets it fly, swung on, popped up. That's a major league pop fly into center field. Underneath it is Harris, and he'll make the catch. So Blue Jays get 1 on, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash heading to the top of the 6th inning here in Braves country.
3. Oh no. What?
Oh boy. This isn't my bad, guys.
Oh my God, Ruffy!
Get out of here. Go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. There have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Bluejays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Bluejays as the player to be named later.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. You'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube! Here comes Rube!" And there he'd come right through the stands. He jumped down onto the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Atlanta Braves leading by 1, trying to avoid the sweep. Jay Jackson's coming in. Jay Jackson, this season, just 1 inning pitched, 1 walk, no earned runs. The right-hander will face RC, and then the top of the Atlanta Braves order. First pitch on the way from Jackson is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Slider misses well off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Jay Jackson, 35 years old. He's been around the game quite a bit, and if you think he sounds familiar, he does. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into center field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Varsho in the shade. And there's a loud out to start the top of the 6th. Jackson pitched for the Braves for an inning and a third last year in 2 games. Kind of a journeyman. Pitched for San Diego in 2015 and then reappeared in the majors in 2019 and 2021. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ronnie. So he digs in, and it's taken for a strike right there at the knees. Even up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Off the plate wide, 93 miles an hour. It's now 2-1. So when you were growing up as a Dodger fan, I'm looking at it here. When's the first year you really would have remembered, you think? The first pennant you would think you would remember, 49 or 52? The 2-1 pitch misses high and inside. It's 3-1.
I don't know if I really remembered 49.
So
I'd like to think I did.
Right.
Sometimes your mind, you create it. Yeah.
Because in your lifetime, when they were in Brooklyn,
right,
as the 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, full count now, fastball on the outer edge to Acuna. They won it in 47, 49, 52, 53, 55, which is when they won the World Series in 56. So that's what 6 pennants is the 3-1 or 3-2 pitch misses high and inside, ball 4, and Ronald Acuna Jr. will head down to first. And of course, back then, when you won your division, you won your league, you won the pennant, and you went straight to the World Series. There was no playoffs.
Only 8 teams in each. Yeah.
So much different feeling of, which also too, it magnified the regular season because only one guy's getting in on each side, right?
Right.
Now, as the first pitch on the way to Olsen misses out of the zone, it's 1-0. Now, I will argue against it in the fact that, let's say a team's running away with it, then the last half of the season is boring for the rest of the fan bases.
True.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But the divisions, the pennants mean so much more. Acuna fakes the run. The 1-0 pitch is on the way, swing and a miss. Slider, and it's 1-1. Matt Olson, righty-lefty matchup. I've always been in favor of them expanding the playoffs. And now I'm done. Because I feel like if it gets any bigger, it's going to
go on and on.
Well, I don't want to, as the 1-1 pitch misses off the plate wide, 2-1. I don't want to cheapen the regular season to the point where you're like, well, we're going to get in the playoff. In other words, the NBA and the NHL regular season, it's unwatchable to me. Because every team that's worth a damn is getting in, right?
Yes.
Like, you're getting 16 teams in the NHL playoffs as they toss over to first to keep Acuna close by. In the NBA, they've now expanded it to 20 because there's a play-in tournament. So 4 of those teams on each side aren't in the playoffs per se, but they are, because so they got 20 of what, the 30 or 32. I can't even remember how many are left in the NBA. I want to say it's 30. It's somewhere in that neighborhood. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, or 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's now 2-2. So you got runner on first, 1 away, a 2-2 count. Baseball in the last CBA expanded it to 6 teams in each league. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky, not very deep. Underneath it is the left fielder making the catch, Merrifield, and there's 2 away. The absolute most I would even fathom is if you went to 7 in each, because then the 1 bye would become incredibly important for the regular season. But I'm okay with 2 teams getting a bye. I would just suggest that if you're going to do that, as Ozzie Albies steps to the plate, and the first pitch from Ozzie to Ozzie is swung on and popped up, chasing back is Hansen over near the on-deck circle. It'll get out of play. It's 0-1. If you're going to end the season on a Sunday and start the playoffs with the play-in or the best out of 3, the regular playoffs need to start by Thursday. And the reason why I say that is, don't give an advantage to the teams that didn't have the better records. Make them grind through. Make them have, because the name of the game in baseball is pitching and timing, right? As the 0-1 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch is Varsho. The Braves fail to score. Clinging to a 5-4 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country in the bottom of the 6th inning.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here.
Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married. Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother, Bernadette, had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm, but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez is in the game. Chavez trying to contribute in this bullpen game as the Braves cling to a 1-run lead. So to complete that thought, what I'm saying is you end the season on Sunday. You give them a travel day. Play Tuesday, one game, as the first pitch on the way from Chavez is called for a low strike outside. It's 0-1 to Espinal, the number 9 hitter. And then that Wednesday, set it up for a doubleheader. As the 0-1 pitch is swung on, and that ball is going to get dumped into left field, down for a leadoff single by the number 9 hitter Espinal, and there's one on and nobody out. Set it up for the doubleheader on that Wednesday, and then you have a travel day on Thursday. Or you have them play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no travel day, just whenever you win, you head to the next city. Because the problem you have when you give a team that big of a rest, the batters, I mean, they plus the pitching staff doesn't need that big of a rest. It becomes a disadvantage as opposed to an advantage. First pitch on the way from Chavez to Springer is a ball outside. It's 1-0. Different in football. You give a team an extra week off. They embrace it because they're trying to get, because they're beat all to hell by the end of the season. Yeah. The 1-0 from Chavez, swing and a miss, 87 mile an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Also found this fascinating about the Dodgers always have about their name changes over the years. Is the 1-1 from Chavez swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-2. See if I can go do this chronologically. In 1883, they were the Brooklyn Grays. The very next year, in 84, they were the Atlantics. From 85 to 87, they went back to the Brooklyn Grays again. The 1-2 pitch just off the plate, taken all the way by Springer. It's 1-2. In 1888, they said, no, we don't want the Grays anymore. They went to the Bridegrooms from 1888 to 1890. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the change at the bottom of the zone. Good pitch by Chavez, and there's one away. So they've already gone from the Grays to the Atlantics, back to the Grays. Then they go to the Bridegrooms from 1888 to 1890. In 1891, they dropped the Bridegrooms, just go to the Grooms from 1891 to 1895. And then they go back to the Bridegrooms from 1896 to 1898.
I think they're recycling the uniforms.
I don't know what they're doing. And then, first pitch on the way to Bichette is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Then they become the Super Bows, whatever in the hell that is. I don't know what a Super Bowl is, but they were the Super Bows for 12 seasons from 1899 to 1910.
Is that BOS or BAS? Or what?
The 1-0 pitch misses outside down below. It's 2-0. BAS, Super Bows.
I guess baseball.
Superb AS, Superbas, maybe.
Oh,
But even still,
one word. Okay.
Superbas? I don't know. I always hear it pronounced Superbas, but Superbas sounds more logical. The 2-0 right there, low strike. It's 2-1. Then they become the Trolley Dodgers in 1911 and 12, and then they become the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1913. But is the 2-1 pitch from Chavez, swing and a miss, cutter outer edge. It's 2-2. They then become the Brooklyn Robins for 18 seasons from 1914 to 1931. And then back to the Dodgers in 32. The 2-2 on the way, misses outside, ball 3-2. So a full count to Bichette. Runner on first, one out. And Guerrero looming on deck. The 3-2 windup, swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Do it again at 3-2. They won the pennant as the Bridegrooms in 1890. Is the 3-2 pitch from Chavez. He turns over to first, flips it over to first, almost catch Espinal leaning. We'll do it again at 3-2. So they won the pennant in 1890 as the Bridegrooms, and then the Superbas in 1899 and 1900. The 3-2 pitch downstairs, taken for a ball. Runners on first and second with one away. So runners on first and second. One out, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming to the plate. The first pitch to Guerrero is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Now, it's fascinating for the Braves. They changed names quite a bit, too, until they hung on to the Braves. We'll get into that in a second. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. Intercut, it's 1-0. They are the longest continuous baseball franchise or American sports franchise, period, is the 1-1 pitch, misses high and outside. It's 2-1. They started in 1871 and have never stopped. Now, you'll always get the Cincinnati Reds referenced as the 2-1 pitch just below the knees, off the edge. You got another mess here, a 3-1 count to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Varsho, the left-hander, stands on deck, so it doesn't get any easier. A 3-1 to Guerrero. Runners on first and second, one out, and right there for a strike over the plate. Guerrero was heading down to first. He was taken all the way. That ball was right over the plate. And it's a full count now. So you got a full count. Dangerous spot. Runners on first and second, one away. Braves clinging to a 1-run lead. Darno sets up outside, and strike three, got him. He got caught watching the paint dry from the other fence because I don't know if this was in the zone, but we'll take it. It was down in the bottom corner. If it was a strike, it was barely a strike. Might have been a rumor of a strike. That ball might have been in Montreal, but we'll take it for a strike in Toronto. And the Braves trying to get out of this mess. I like how Darno, hey, good pitch, great pitch. That's great. like he had it all the way. First pitch to Varsho, swung on and fouled back out of play. into the upper deck, deep hit. It's 0-1. Braves lead at 5-4. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. The 0-1 pitch from Chavez. Swing and a miss. Changeup got him. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hit hard right on a line and right into the glove of Ozzie Albies. A leaping catch by the Ozman, and we are out of that inning. Jesse Chavez puts a sigh of relief, and so do I. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Oh, I just realized, if they get divorced and live in 2 separate places, that's twice as many visits. Imagine if I had to see them both on the same day. It's like running a double marathon.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around, foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand the league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Now, for me, I wasn't good enough to guess pitches. I looked for one pitch, every at bat, every pitch, fastball right down the middle. Yeah. That's it. As soon as I saw it, I would swing. So I'd look fastball down the middle every single pitch, and my approach was to stay to right center field.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air, and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it by just 1. We got to get some insurance runs here on Happy Mother's Day. Trevor Richards is coming into the game with a 5.14 ERA. So the Reds, they have since changed it, but they used to claim the oldest team from, 1869-ish. But then they broke and didn't play for a few years and came back in 1882. So they no longer claim that. So the Atlanta Braves are the oldest team from 1871. They are the continuous. First pitch to Austin Riley, misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. And the reason why the Reds broke, they had gone on this ridiculous streak. Back then they were called the Red Stockings. This ridiculous streak of not losing a game. This is before actual, league play. And they were kind of a barnstorming team. The 1-1 pitch misses outside, and it's 2-1. And they were the first team to decide, well, let's go ahead and play extra innings in a game that they played against a team in New York on a traveling squad, and they lost it in extra innings as the 2-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. And because they lost the game, the fans quit coming to see the unbeatable team. So what they probably should have done is just called it quits. And, after several extra innings, the 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. But the Braves, that's what it is. I see it now. They were established in 1869. And then they voted to dissolve after the 1870 season, and they came back in as 1882, I think is when they reestablished officially. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees. 3-2. The Braves started in 1871 as the Red Stockings. It gets really confusing if you're just a novice fan. You hear the Boston Red Sox and the Boston Red Stockings. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, fastball, top of the zone. Riley strikes out, and there's one away. In 1876 to 82, we became the Boston Red Caps. And then from 83 to 1906, which is the one I reference them more than anything else, they were called the Bean Eaters. 1883, so 24 seasons. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. d'Arnaud 0 for 3. Now batting .293. The 1-0 to d'Arnaud, high and outside. It's 2-0. From the Bean Eaters, in 06, we became the Boston Doves from 1907 to 1910. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 92 miles an hour. Outer part of the plate, it's 2-1. And then the Rustlers in 1911. The 2-1 pitch swung on it. That ball's going to get grounded up the middle. A worm burner into center field, and it's a 1-out single to get things cooking for the Atlanta Braves here in the top of the 7th. They got rid of the Rustlers name in 1911, or from 1912 to 1935 were the Boston Braves. And then for whatever reason, changed it to the Boston Bees from 36 to 40. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a high strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. Then they went back to the Boston Braves in 1941 and stayed there until they went to the Milwaukee Braves in 53 and the Atlanta Braves in 66. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Ozuna, right there, top of the knees, and it's 0-2. Ozuna asks for time with 2 strikes. Home plate umpire Andy Fletcher gives it to him. So an 0-2 count to Ozuna with d'Arnaud on first. 1 out. Pitch on the way, swing, and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Do it again at 0-2. Marcell Ozuna. Another big hit today, got a double. The 0-2 pitch off the plate, 1-2, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. So they were in Boston from 1871 to 1953. So, well, no, I'm sorry, 52. As the 1-2 pitch swung on, just got a piece of that again. Stay alive, it's 1-2. So we're talking about, 81 years? The math's right. Yeah. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Ozuna in the dirt, ball 2, 2-2. Yeah, because 71 to 2000 would be, or to 1900 would be 29 years, and then the 52. So 81 years in Boston. And then they spent 13 seasons in Milwaukee. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 93 on the outer edge. And there's 2 away. They came to Atlanta in 66. So 58 seasons ago? So they're actually starting to creep towards being more of an Atlanta Braves franchise than a Boston franchise. First pitch on the way to Pilar, down below the knees, it's 1-0. God willing, I'll see him past that. The 1-0 to Pilar just got the outside part of the plate called for a strike. It's 1-1. Thank God they get rid of the name Rustlers or the Doves. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third, making the play is Chapman, and he sails that high above Guerrero's head. Darnode is going to make it all the way down to third. Pilar, the ball came back on the carom very quickly, so Pilar had to stay at first. He threw it off his front foot and kind of in the air. Kind of an awkward throw. I think Pilar's speed made him wind up a lot faster than he wanted to. So we'll take the break. Runners on the corners. Time to make them pay for an error. Michael Harris stands in with runners on the corners, 2 away, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Harris is swung on and fouled back out of play. 92 miles an hour, top shelf. It's 0-1. You know, the South End grounds in Boston where the Braves played their games is the 0-1 pitch high and out of the zone. They played there from 71 to 1914, and there was a really bad fire there back when they just had wooden seats. The 1-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. There was a time where they were sharing. They've gone back and forth. There were fires in the Braves stadium, but then there was also a fire at Fenway where the Red Sox had to share the Braves stadium, vice versa. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, chased it out of the zone well below his knees. That'll end the inning. So Harris fails to take advantage of the error. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. They don't win in the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves clinging to a 5-4 lead. And Kirby Yates is coming out of the pen to try to hold the lead for the Atlanta Braves. Yates, the right-hander, a 3.29 ERA. Been victim of the long ball a few times. He'll try to keep it right where it is in the heart of the order for the Blue Jays. Matt Chapman will come to the plate, the number 5 hitter. He's 0 for 3. They've kept his bat fairly quiet in this series, but he's a dangerous stick. The first pitch on the way is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. High and outside. 93 miles an hour. 1-1. The 1-1 from Yates. Righty-righty matchup. Just off the plate wide. 2-1. Braves trying to navigate through the last 3 innings. Iglesias would be set up for the save if the Braves can hold on here. 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted in to left field. Going after it is Pilar, and they're about to collide again. Another collision. And the ball pops out. Unbelievable. Another gaffe. You kind of have to put this on Pilar, although Harris was coming into Pilar's area. He is the center fielder. He does have the right of way. You just wonder, are they calling each other off? So he'll be standing on second with nobody out. Another defensive blunder by the Braves. And the first pitch on the way to Merrifield is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and rifled down the line. It's 0-2. You just, at this point, you're starting to wonder, are they calling each other off loud enough? I don't know what's going on in that outfield, but it's not defense. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-2. One, 2 count. The wind up, the pitch swung on, and that ball is hit into center field, and it's going to be diving catch by Harris. He throws it over to third, tagging up and making it down to third is Chapman. There's one away. Good defensive play by Harris. Good base running by Chapman. Surprised he was able to tag up. High throw from Harris. The Blue Jays take advantage. Runner on third. One away, and the first pitch to Belt is down below the knees. For a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kingston deals, swing and a miss, splitter. And it's 1-1. Belt 1 for 5 versus Kirby Yates, a double and 3 strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Wind up and swing, and pops it up out of play. It's 1-2 to Brandon Belt. Standing on deck would be Jansen. Blue Jays do have a number of pinch hitters on their bench, so they could go there. The 1-2 pitch swung on and sliced down the line, but foul towards the third base dugout. So you got a 1-2 count to Belt, a runner on third, just one away. One, two. Yates. Darnode sets up outside, high and inside, 95 miles an hour. It's 2-2. Braves desperately needing a pop-up or a strikeout here. They've got the infield about halfway in, maybe a touch more. The 2-2 pitch on the way, high and inside again. It's 3-2. The 3-2 from Yates. The windup, the pitch. Swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? No, it's going to bend foul out of play. It's 3-2. Yates has gone pretty much all fastball and thrown in a couple splitters here. The 3-2 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky. A can of corn. Well, these two idiots run into each other. Arcia will make the catch, and there's two away. Chapman was halfway down the line. Had Riley snuck down underneath them, they might have been able to double him up. Arcia waving everyone off. Finally, everyone got out of his way. I mean, it's starting to look like either the Keystone Cops or a Little League team out there. Everyone's just out there running into each other. First pitch on the way to Jansen is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball high and out of the zone, high and inside. It's 1-0. Braves 5, Blue Jays 4, tying run 90 feet away. The 1-0 swing and a miss splitter got him out in front. It's 1-1. They can get out of this inning. You would think you would see Anderson and then Iglesias to try to hold on. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounder, hit hard over towards short. Arcia's got it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 6-3 put out to thankfully get us out of that mess. So the error goes by the wayside. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, clinging to a 1-run lead. We're heading to the 8th inning.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it! We're never having sex again!
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, at the roll at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
There's a lot of wonderful stillness in baseball that I love. Many seconds of stillness. When the pitcher has got the sign, the batter is crouched, the ball players all lean forward with their hands on their knees, and then very shortly the ball is delivered. But in that tiny period when the pitch and the fever of the crowd is tangible, there's a moment of absolute stillness that I treasure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia hits the first strike's half-hearted swing and a miss, and it's 0-1, kind of a check swing deal. The 0-1 from Richards, who's back in there, and quickly out in front, 0-2. Braves would love to get some breathing room for that bullpen, who all in all has done a fantastic job today. The 0-2 in the dirt. Good take by Orlando. 1-2. Arcia, 1 for 3 on the day. Average up to 318, 2 home runs, 8 RBI. A righty-righty matchup from Richards, previously of the Padres organization. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit hard into center field, but right at Varsho, an atom ball for out number 1. Braves Country Baseball. Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. My mom's sitting here next to me. We're taking in the game. Longtime baseball fan. First pitch on the way to Acuna is a low strike outside. He does not like it. Kind of hung his head. It's 0-1. I'd say that was probably a strike. It's just a funny reaction by Acuna. The 0-1 pitch. Outside wide, 1-1. Acuna hit an absolute mammoth home run earlier today. 2 for 3 with a single on a walk as well. 2 runs scored. The 1-1 high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Right now, I'd say early voting, you'd have Ronald Acuna Jr. as the National League MVP right now. The 2-1 pitch. Outside, did he go around? They're going to check down the first base side. And no, they're going to say he did not go. By Ronald's reaction, at first, I thought maybe he had rang him up, but it's a 3-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside again. Swing and pops it up. Let stay in play, giving chase. Big foul territory. And easy catch by Guerrero for out number 1. Out number 2, excuse me. Happy Mother's Day. It would be a great Mother's Day if we could get a win and avoid a sweep up here in Toronto. First pitch on the way to Olsen is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-0. Matt Olsen 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, 2 flyouts. His average is all the way down to 227. He's really been in a slump. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a foul tip off the plate. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch to Olsen swung on and hit hard down the right field line, but plenty foul. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Jansen had to leap to make that catch. It's a full count to Olsen. So one of the more interesting things is we're talking about the history of these teams, especially the Atlanta Braves. 3-2 pitch misses outside. Ball 4. And also to head down to first, Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. So when people talk about like the dominant teams in the history of Major League Baseball, one of the things they leave out, because it's almost like they skip right to when the World Series became a thing in 1903, right? Prior to that, for over 30 years, the champion was just the pennant winner, and that was the world champion. And it wasn't until the American League came into the fold that they began doing the World Series. So if you take that into account, along with the 4 World Series championships, and you look at the National League pennants and the other pennants that they had before the National League existed, the Braves organization, as the first pitch to Ozzie is a high, strike on the outer edge is 0-1, has 16 world titles, not the 4 that you normally see talked about. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside, close shave for Ozzie. Good thing he's not a little bit taller. He might have taken that one right in the coconut. It's 1-1. They won pennants in what was called the National Association. It's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and popped up, fouled back. It's 1-2. In 1872, 73, 74, and 75. They then won the National League pennant when they came over in 1876. They won the National League pennant in 77, 78, 83. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit into right field. On the run, making the catch is Springer, and that'll end the inning. So Braves get one on, but fail to score. Cling to that 5-4 lead. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th.
Hey, what we always call on the game, PlayStation game, what we always call? Heads or tails on the PlayStation game. All right, then. You should have told him tails. I thought you told him. No, I told you. I thought you knew the special teams always coach. They don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us. I thought you told him. That's why I said they don't play the PlayStation like us. They don't play it like us.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-4, and we are heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Atlanta Braves cling to that lead. They will send Nick Anderson to the mound, righty with the high pink socks on today for Mother's Day. 3.31 ERA, 2 walks allowed, 20 strikeouts in 16 innings. The first pitch on the way from Anderson is high curveball. Misses well out of the zone to Espinal. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Misses high, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled back 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-1. When you go to the 1880s and 1890s, the Braves and the Baltimore Orioles dominated professional baseball. The famous John McGraw was a player on those Orioles teams. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at Arcia. He fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. To start the 8th inning. That's where the famous term, the Baltimore chop, comes from. Because the Baltimore Orioles back there in the 1890s, they made it an art form where they would slap the ball down on the ground and have it go as high as possible and beat out the right for the infield single. First pitch on the way to Springer is down and low for a ball in the dirt, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Acuna will make the catch because no one's slamming into him, and there's 2 away. Surprised Olsen or Ozzie wasn't out there. I got it. Would you go play your position? Leave me alone. What's interesting about that is when McGraw came over to the New York Giants, he hated the rival American League that came up because of his days with the Baltimore Orioles, who were in the American Association. And the first pitch on the way to Bichette is swung on. He grounds it over short. We got a 6-3 put out. And that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll hang out here with you as we head to the top of the 9th inning. Finish that story. McGraw was so upset. The American League hated the American League that so the World Series begins in 1903 between the what eventually becomes the Pittsburgh Pirates and Boston Red Sox. At that time, it was the Boston Pilgrims. And in 1904, the New York Giants win the pennant, and McGraw refuses to have his team participate in it. So there's no World Series in 1904. By the time 1905 comes back around, the National League president told him there was no way in God's green earth they were going to let him do that again. And the players were upset too, because back then, playing in that World Series, so that 7 games, they were going to make the same amount of money as they made all year long with the I think at the time, 154 game season. So the president of the National League stepped in and said, we're doing a World Series. You can decide if you want to be a part of it or not. And so that ended but yeah, 1904, 1994, the only 2 times we haven't had World Series. Baltimore Orioles. They disbanded and eventually moved north and became the New York Highlanders. And then that became the New York Yankees. So we head to the top of the 9th inning, and Nate Pearson comes on. One time, one of the biggest prospects in all of Major League Baseball has now been relegated to bullpen duties. He comes in with a 1.59 ERA, just 5 2/3 innings pitched. The big right-hander will face Austin Riley, who's 2 for 4. And the first pitch to Riley is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Outer edge may have been a touch off the plate, but home plate umpire Fletcher's been given that all game long. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. Did he go around? You're going to say he did not. It's 1-1. No, they did. They did ring. What? All right, they're gonna say that was a no. Okay, they fixed it. That was the scoreboard operator's error. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. 2-1. Home plate umpire Andy Fletcher verified that with the hand signal. The 2-1 pitch misses low, ball 3, 95 miles an hour. And it's 3-1 to Riley. Austin Riley, 2 singles, would love to get one here. The 3-1 pitch downstairs low. Instead, he'll take first base, a leadoff single. Let's get some runs, Braves country. Top of the 9th, nobody out. And Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate. Hit that scoreboard real quick. I see the note in there, Goat. Thanks for the reminder. Marlins lead the Reds 3-1 in the 9th. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Rockies 2-0 over the Phillies. That game is in the 5th. There's Aaron Nola pitching today. Mets and Nationals are about to get going again. The 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up. Can of corn over to second, infield fly rule. Short. And that's out number 1. Rays 8-7 over the Yankees. That game is in the 9th. Mariners trailing the Tigers 5-3. That game is in the 9th as well. Twins and Cubs. Twins 9-3 over Chicago in the 8th. Astros lead the White Sox by 1 in the 9th. Royals and Brewers. Milwaukee 8-4 in the 7th. First pitch on the way to Ozuna's outside wide. It's 1-0. Rangers 2-0 over the A's in the 2nd. Padres and Dodgers scoreless after 2. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped up. It's going to be a can of corn to Guerrero. Infield fly rule again, and there's 2 away. So after walking the lead runner, 2 pop-ups will bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Giants and Diamondbacks are scoreless as well. Earlier today, Guardians beat the Angels, and the Pirates blanked the Orioles 4-0. Pillar 1 for 3 with a solo shot, a walk. First pitch to Pillar is just off the plate for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Took something off that one. Looked like the splitter, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 on the way. Downstairs, just misses 99 miles an hour. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery to Pillar. And caught looking. 97 on the outer edge. Dotted the eye. And that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 9th. The heart of the Blue Jays order coming up, and Iglesias coming out of the pen. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country.
Triple-decker burn! It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with them prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. Randolph at first base. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time. on a double by Mattingly.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves will turn to their closer, Raciel Iglesias, to try to slam the door here. Iglesias just his fourth appearance this year after coming off the IL. 2 2/3 with the 6.75 ERA, 4 strikeouts. And he will be charged with facing the heart of the order. And first man up is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Guerrero, righty-righty matchup, and the first pitch is an 82-mile-an-hour pitch high above the letters. It's 1-0. Guerrero 7 home runs on the year. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line, but foul. It's 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Swung on it. That ball's hammered down the left field line. 2 back-to-back hammers, but both of them foul. Thankfully, it's 1-2. So 3 sliders in a row in the mid-80s. See what he tries to dial up here at 1-2. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep, and it's gone. This game is tied. Over the... Or did I see that wrong? Maybe that came off the wall. Never mind. I missaw that. That came off the wall. I thought it hit into the bullpen. The way he was jogging, I thought he had hit it out too. But instead, it's a long single. He was celebrating going down the line, and he was held to a single. That's my bad. That's his bad. I'll take it. First pitch on the way to Varsho is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. What's scary about that is last time Iglesias came in, he gave up a big bomb, and it looked just like it. The 1-0 swung on and popped up. That should stay in play. Olsen calling everybody off, and there's one away. So my apologies. I thought that ball had left the building. They've got a weird color scheme over there in right field where you got the dark blue, the light blue, and right behind it, you got dark blue heading into the bullpen. I thought it had gotten over that. Instead, caromed off the wall, and Acuna barehanded it and fired it into the infield. First pitch on the way to the right-handed Chapman is swung on and fouled back. Slider, and it's 0-1. My apologies, Moise. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. My heart had sunk in everything. I was like, are you kidding me? We're not out of the woods yet, though. The 1-1 pitch. High and inside, 2-1, 92 miles an hour. You tell he was sitting dead red because he had thrown 3 consecutive sliders. When he threw that fastball on the outer edge, he was sitting on that. Really surprised it stayed in the park now looking back on it. The 2-1 way inside almost clips him. In fact, Chapman was trying to lean into it. It's now 3-1. So now you got a dangerous count here to a home run hitter. A 3-1 count. On the way, misses, ball 4. So runners on first and second and just 1 away. Merrifield is due up. Merrifield, 1 for 4. The single, reached on an error and scored a stolen base. Time is called for a second. Not sure. Home plate umpire and Darnode having a conversation. Home plate umpire Fletcher says, let's get back at it. So here we go. The first pitch is swung on and popped up. Now do not run into each other. Pilar calling off everybody. He'll make the catch. And there's 2 away. Right in that same neighborhood where they all like to meet up and slam gloves and get their legs tangled up. I could just see the game ending on that today, couldn't you? So we're down to our last out, hopefully. Last batter, hopefully. Brandon Belt. 2 for 4, 2 singles, an RBI, good left-handed hitter. First pitch is swung on, grounded over into the hole, and nowhere to go. Arcia's just got to eat it. They were in that shift again, and he beat the shift again. Arcia threw it over to third to try to catch Guerrero napping off the bag, but instead it'll be an infield single. Everybody's safe. If the defense is playing honest, that's an easy out. So it looks like they're going to pinch run for Belt. He's a pretty slow runner. This run is essentially meaningless, but it'll prevent, basically what they're looking at here is to keep the force play out of the equation. That'll bring Jansen to the plate. Danny Jansen, 1 for 4 with a single, a run scored, nowhere to put him. The first pitch on the way is a sinker right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Bases juiced. That's Luke's that came in for Belt, by the way, at first. Bases loaded, 2 away. The 0-1 count. Inside almost gets him. A little surprised Jansen didn't lean into that one. It's 1-1. Splitter sank inside, and man, if he holds his ground, we got us a tie ball game. A 1-1 count, bases loaded. Iglesias looks in, fires down below, misses. It's 2-1. Nowhere to put Jansen. Iglesias kicks and deals, swinging. That ball's hit hard on the ground, and it is going to score a run. Here comes one run around. The throw to the plate, and the Toronto Blue Jays walk off the Atlanta Braves in a single in between short and third, and the Braves get swept in Canada. A game that the Braves had many times, many chances to score. Disappointing loss. And then, of course, go back and rehash that a million times, but if we're in a normal defense, that grounder by a belt, and it was all, it's funny, we were talking about the Baltimore Chopper. It's essentially what he did. He just banged it on the ground because he knew that the defense was playing over in that position. So that'll be it. Riley could not get to the ball. RC was nowhere near the ball. Kind of a 6-hop throw from Pilar. I don't think he had a chance of getting it anyways. Blue Jays win it, unfortunately, 6-5. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. I want to thank my mom again for coming in here and hanging out with us here on Mother's Day.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, except the final score.
Well, at least you know what it's like to be a Braves fan now. This is what it's like. Braves lose it 6-5. We'll be back at it tomorrow night. Braves Rangers 8:05 first pitch. Have a great rest of your day, Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. We'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Joy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.